Oh, oh, let me go check it out. I'm ready as the ready will be.
Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Arkansas Weather Watchers. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings across the area here. We have had a lot of reports of some hail at this current time. Um, so, taking a look here, we do have a decent amount of severe thunderstorm warnings on the board here. Currently in northwestern Arkansas, we got a few down here in the Scott and Sebastian County areas, as well as Logan County down here near the Waldron area. Waldron, you could see anywhere between 1 inch size hail here shortly if this storm continues to head off that direction. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be possible if this continues here. So give me 1 second. Let me switch back to radar. Then here in Boonville and Paris area, you have another severe thunderstorm warning right here at this current time. 1.5 inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be possible with this storm as it continues off here to the east to northeast here at around 50 miles per hour. Each one of these storms are moving a little different. This one down here near Waldron is moving off towards the east at 35 miles an hour. Then we have another one that's off just to the north of Ozark in Franklin County. Here moving off towards the east at around 30 to 45 or 40 miles an hour here for 1 inch and quarter sized hail there and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then we do also have another severe thunderstorm warned storm here just to the north of Dover up here in Pope County. And POPE, not Polk, but Pope County. And then we do have another severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of that for the Newton and Searcy County areas as well. Then we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northwestern Arkansas and the Boone and Carroll County areas up here, and as well as Madison up here as well near Huntsville. So we do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings at this current time. We have had reports of 2 inch sized hail back off over here near Fort Smith, and as this storm moved to the north of Fort Smith and into Franklin County. But currently, at this current time, we're just seeing a lot of hail reports. Have had some damaging wind reports. Do you have any to go over there, or have you heard of anything else at this current time, Dustin?
I haven't. I haven't seen any updates or anything that since. It basically passed through when it passed through Fort Smith. It looked like they had a couple of tree limbs knocked down around 1 inch diameter or so, and maybe some large hail that we talked about earlier around the Murphy's gas station there. So, other than that, like I said, it's mainly been the severe large hail that's been coming through and moving through areas of Washington County, Madison County, and moving on to the points north and east. And as we move off north and east, it looks like a lot of these things are the severe thunderstorm watch areas that are back here, back off behind it, are getting taken off with it. So as this line moves through, we'll get a lot of these other areas taken off of there as well.
Yeah, and we still do have that watch though for some of these areas that does go in effect until 7 p.m. But like Dustin just mentioned, this line slowly as it's moving through, we're starting to see the storm or the National Weather Service in Tulsa is starting to take some of those counties in Oklahoma out of the watch as this is moving off here towards the east and northeast here. But once again, you see basically a lot of severe thunderstorms on the board here. We've had reports of these producing large hail. We've had reports of some damaging wind up in Benton County, but we've had some reports of 2-inch hail earlier on. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well up here for the Pope and Van Buren and Searcy County areas. And then we also have one up there for the Newton County.
That area, that storm needs to be watched as well, because it was one of those hail producers earlier as it was coming over the Hector area and moving points east. That has been a continuation of that storm that's been moving north and east about I think around 40 to 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. That storm has just been continuing to move off to your points north and east. And as it moves north and east, they continue to update that severe thunderstorm warning and letting people downstream know ahead of that time. So Mountain View, I'd go ahead and let you guys know. Marshall, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning area. This is mostly going to be a hail producer with severe winds about 60 miles per hour, but do still take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. Don't need to be anywhere around exterior walls or anything of that nature. Go ahead and stay inside and get to the lowest area of your home just to be on the safe side, because these things are producing up to, like Noah said earlier, around 1 to 2 inch diameter sized hail.
Yeah, and we just also, while we're sitting here talking, up here in Missouri, they've had some reports of some bigger sized hail up there in around central Missouri as well. So these storms have definitely been producing some hail here. Then once again, really just up here, and mainly right now at this current time, I'll switch over to Little Rock's radar and show you at this current time, most of the storms and all of the storms are in that severe thunderstorm watch up there in northeast Arkansas. Some of them are just to the north of the I-40, and some of them are just to the south of I-40 down there in Logan and Scott counties. But most of them currently at this current time are just to the north of I-40 up there in northwestern Arkansas. Once again, this did come through the Benton County area earlier, as well as down there in Fort Smith, and we've had reports like we've been mentioning in that area. But currently, at this current time, there is no tornado warnings, which is a good thing, but we do still have that hail threat, which could be sometimes just as dangerous, if not more, depending on if you're outdoors or not. When you get a bigger sized hail, that could cause some damage, depending on where you're at. But once again here, we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings that are out for mainly 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 1 inch sized hail here, and 1 to almost 2 inch sized hail here. This storm down here near Logan County at this current time, moving through the Paris and Boonville areas here, is moving off towards the east at 50 miles an hour and has 1.5 inch sized hail currently ongoing with that, according to radar there. And then this one storm in in Johnson County, just to the north of Clarksville, is capable of producing 1 inch size hail, and this is only moving off towards the east at 40 miles an hour. So these storms are kind of moving different speeds here as they're continuing to move across the area here at this current time. But I think currently, taking a look around at the other warnings, the biggest storm right now, our biggest hail producer right now, according to radar, looks to be, hail size anyways, looks to be down there near the Boonville areas down here in Logan and Scott, portions of Logan and Scott County here, that if it continues, it may make a run towards the Russellville and maybe even the Danville area here in the next few hour or next hour or so here, if this continues. But once again here, we just have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings at this current time. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Basically, this is in northwestern Arkansas. We do still have this one up here in Boone County, in the Boone County area, near the Diamond City area up here in far northwestern Arkansas. This one's currently moving off towards the northeast at 40 miles an hour, 1 inch size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gust with this. and then we'll go down here to this storm near Madison County, just to the south of Huntsville, or over Huntsville as we're speaking here. 1-inch size hail that could be possible with this, moving off towards the northeast at around 50 miles an hour. With 60-mile-per-hour wind gust as well. Then you kind of get down here into this cluster where you have these few storms out ahead of these storms down here near Clarksville, down here in the Newton and Searcy County areas. This one for the Newton and Searcy County areas goes in effect until 4:30 p.m. and it's moving off towards the northeast here at 40 miles an hour. 1-inch size hail could be possible with that, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Down here in the Pope and Van Buren and Searcy County areas, this is moving off towards the northeast here at 30 miles an hour. 1-inch size hail could be possible with this, and this goes in effect. This warning goes in effect until 4:45 p.m. Down there in the Pope and Van Buren County areas. Here once again. Then we have another severe thunderstorm warning down here near the St. Paul area. That's basically with this storms or cluster that's moving here down in the Johnson and Newton County areas as well. That has the possibility of 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving off towards the east at 40 miles an hour. And then we have a few more storms down here in southwest or north or eastern, or give me 1 second here, western Arkansas, in Logan and Scott counties, down here near the Paris and Boonville area, which is currently producing 1.5-inch size hail and moving off towards the east now at almost 55 miles an hour. So that storm down there is starting to speed up as it's moving off towards the east. And then we do have that other storm down there near Waldron. That goes in effect until 4:15 p.m. That's moving off towards the east at 35 miles an hour. 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust at this current time here. So,
which, if you also look, as you were just talking there, they've trimmed back some more of that severe thunderstorm watch area into parts of even Arkansas now. We're actually starting to get dropped from that. But if you look at earlier report, they're having some delayed reports, obviously, because of, with it being hail. They're having reports coming in now in the Sebastian County area, just southeast of Greenwood. They're reporting that they had observed looks like golf ball size, around 1 3/4 inch diameter size hail there. So folks, we're talking about 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. So as these storms move through, and as they, until your area is clear and they've canceled your warned area, pay attention to these storms as they move through, because like we said, they are moving. Some are moving slow, some are moving a little bit quicker, but they are moving off to the east and northeast into Missouri. But they have been known to drop 1 to 2 inch diameter size hail. And like I said, some of these are, these are going to be delayed reports. So as these storms are coming over your area, just take them seriously. Move to the lowest level of your home. Just get inside, put as many exterior walls between you and outside. Don't get near any windows, and just make sure that anything that you can have tied down or inside, so that way to be protected for vehicles or anything of that nature. If you can, bring them inside. Pets, anything that you got that's outside, because these things are moving through, the northwest part of the state and dropping 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. And a lot of these that are in the central and north central parts of the state, Noah, that we keep seeing here, that are moving just off to the south and east of these storms that we were talking about just a minute ago, are producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are radar indicated. And that is kind of a concern with the hail that's falling. If you get some strong enough wind gusts, that 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and large hail is not a good combination at all.
Yes, and I have the radar in motion right now, and you can see up there in Missouri, they're slowly starting to move that watch back, like Dustin mentioned here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning at this current time. Let's see, we did just get a new report in from up in Logan County, or at around 3:58 p.m. From emergency management that reports quarter-sized inch hail down there in Logan County. So So yeah, once again here we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of the Searcy and Newton counties and Marion County areas up here, moving off towards the northeast here at 35 miles an hour, 1-inch size hail. Yellville there. This could make a run towards you if this continues. So you may have a heller that we like to call it that may be moving over your area here if it continues here at this current time. But once again here, and we do have another new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Mena area down here for this group of storms here. That's just to the Mount Ida is just to the south of that severe thunderstorm warning at this current time for 1-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust with that little group of storms down there near the Waldron area at this current time. So really that's what you're going to see today with a lot of these storms is they're big hail producers with the atmosphere we have, and they have that damaging wind threat with them here as they move off across the state here once again. So really at this current time, and still at this current time, the main storm with the biggest sized hail is this one down here in Logan and low portions of Logan and Yale County down here in the Paris and Boonville areas, and we may start to get more reports as that moves to a more populated area here. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. But yeah, we have a lot of cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings here at this current time. Once again,
which it looks like they expired that warning for Scott County. So Scott County, you're out of the severe warning, but I'd still give it a little bit of time, let these storms pass through just to be on the safe side, just to make 100% sure that these storms have passed through, gotten out of your area before I would worry about, trying to, go back about my business. Because once these storms pass through, you'll be good to go. And there's not anything back behind them that we're, worried about at the moment or anything that's coming out. Because like we talked about earlier, out of Oklahoma, they have started really backing off on these severe thunderstorm watches. So as soon as these storms are passing through, they're, packing a punch with them, no doubt, but they are expiring the warnings and back behind them as they come through. So give them time, let them come through your area and stay indoors, get away from all windows or exterior walls. Let these, storms pass through, give them time to clear out, and then you can go back about your business and be back outside again. But if you look, like I said, some of these storms back here in Montgomery, Polk, and Scott counties are doing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with 1-inch diameter hail, and that seems to be, which they canceled Scott County as in that storm there, but that seems to be the biggest area where they're watching for the heavier wind as it's starting to get ready. As it moves more into north central parts of the state, it's starting to congeal into a little bit of a line, which is making this more of a damaging wind threat to go along with the hail threat more than it is just a hail threat in itself.
Yeah, and real quickly here, I'm going to switch over to Little Rock's radar, where we are starting to see some storms that are trying to fire up down here in southwestern Arkansas. We'll keep a close eye on those, and we're starting to see some storms that may try to develop here along near severe counties here that are showers that are trying to develop that may develop into storms here if they continue, that we'll keep a close eye on. But like Dustin said, as this continues, this will start to transition into a line, and when they do that, you'll start to see your damaging wind threat see your damaging wind threat take over the hail threat with this here. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. But once again here, we still do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings down here in the Scott County area. They canceled that one warning that was in effect, I think, until 4:15 p.m. But unless, give me 1 second here, and I'll have to take a look. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch as well, and it'll take it a minute to pop up here.
Yep. That's going to cover most of the state, going right across the southwest part, just talking about the storms that we were just mentioning there in Little River and Sevier County areas, back off down to your southwest parts of the state. And that's why we watch all of Arkansas, because you never know when these storms are popping up. And what we was talking about earlier on the chat yesterday and earlier today is that these storms are moving through an area that has untapped potential energy to get going and get fired up. So even if they don't produce tornadoes and things of that nature, we're still talking about severe weather with hail and wind gusts, but we are still watching them to see that, make sure that they don't tap into that fuel and get going and get built up. And because like what Noah was talking about earlier, as these storms are moving through to the north and east, and as those congeal into that line and move across, that's great, and let them get out of here. But just in case, if any of these storms do try to get by themselves and try to form outside of that area where they're by themselves, and we will have to watch that as well.
Yeah, and something else to watch with these storms is, like I've been mentioning also, I don't know if you just seen that or not, we do have a new update on the severe thunderstorm watch. As these storms are moving through, you're seeing here now Benton, Washington counties, Crawford, Sebastian County, you are now out of the severe thunderstorm watch. So now after that severe thunderstorm watch has moved through your area, your severe weather threat's done. So those 4 counties up there, if you're in those counties, that includes Fayetteville, Fort Smith, you're done with that. So as this line of storms is moving through, you're starting to see the severe weather threat, like always, decrease, and that watch is allowed to, they allow it, or they cancel it ahead of time here once again. And now you're starting to see this line here you're starting to see this trying to form a line here across portions of western Arkansas here from down Mena up towards Johnson County. So we'll have to continue to keep a close eye on that. If that occurs, that's when your damaging wind threat, like we've been mentioning, will start to take over, and something that we'll have to keep a close eye on here once again. Give me one moment here. If you have any reports, go right ahead. But on my end, we just got the severe thunderstorm watch up on the radar, and you can see where that severe thunderstorm watch is, mainly for most of Arkansas here, except for portions of far eastern Arkansas there. But
now, I'm not seeing any, and though, like I said, there'll probably still come in more reports later on as we go, due to them being delayed reports that, like what we talked about earlier over there in, what county was it? I believe it was in Sebastian County there, right around the Fort Smith area, where they was talking about those delayed reports as it was coming through that area, coming from the radar there out of Tulsa. But they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning for Boone and Marion County until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon, and they canceled the Newton County. So Newton County is now out of that severe thunderstorm warned area via the Little Rock Radar National Weather Service. And I was just continuing to watch while you was talking earlier about these storms down here in southwest Arkansas, so we don't let our folks think that we, like Noah was talking about earlier, that new severe thunderstorm watch that just took in effect until this evening. I didn't catch the time until that goes to for a lot of 10 p.m. for Severe Union and all those counties, and then go through the center of Arkansas there as it's coming across. So we're keeping an eye on these storms in southwest Arkansas. So folks, don't let your guard down there in southern Arkansas either. Keep an eye on those. As right now, it's just a watch. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings. There's no hail or anything involved with these storms, but we are keeping an eye on them and paying attention to them. As we talked about earlier, they get going in areas that are conducive to with a high storm fuel juice, as I call it, CAPE. And then that way, as they get going there, we want to make sure that they don't tap into any of that potential and get going. So we still keeping an eye on those storms, as we are these storms up here in Logan and Scott County, as Noah was talking about earlier, as they're out in front of that line just a little bit and continue to be the biggest hail producers of the day so far down here in Arkansas anyway, and continuing to move off into just north of, looks like it's going to miss Greer's Ferry, which is really good. The lake and campsites and everything there. So, but Mountain View in that area, I'd still really keep an eye on this. And as far as moving off to the points north and east, you got the severe thunderstorm warning there in Yellville, just southwest of Mountain Home. And these, like Noah was talking about earlier, these things are starting to form a line. They're starting to move off to your north and east, and as you go back behind them, they are now starting to drop off the severe thunderstorm watch, and which areas will be done for the afternoon and for the evening for any kind of severe weather once your area gets dropped out of this warning and watched areas.
Yeah. So once again, that new severe thunderstorm watch goes for basically from portions of Randolph County down to Miller County. That does include the I-30 corridor from Texarkana to Little Rock, as well as Little Rock. You're in that severe thunderstorm watch. This does also include basically most of Arkansas except for portions of Eastern and Ashley and Chico counties, but don't let your guard down if you're in any of those areas. That you'll still have to watch this line that'll come through. Your severe weather watch may be delayed some until that line gets closer and we start to get a better idea on what continues to occur with this line as it moves across the state. But once again, we really just have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. This storm down here near in the Pope and Van Buren and Searcy areas now has actually 1.5 inch size hail, moving slowly off towards the east at 30 miles an hour here. So Clinton, you're going to want to keep a close eye on this, as well as Fairfield Bay. This may make a run towards your area, and you may have some large hail down there in that area as well. As you're starting to see that line trying to form from the south here, and you still have basically a cluster of storms just to the north of the I-40 corridor, or just to the north of I-40 up here. And once again, if you're in Benton, Washington, Crawford, and Sebastian counties, Fayetteville, and the Fort Smith area, you're now out of the severe weather threat, as that severe thunderstorm watch has been dropped from your areas here at this current time. But once again here, we just have a few severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. We're watching those storms down there in southwestern Arkansas closely, and really your biggest hail threat is when these storms first start to develop, and then once they form this line, that damaging wind threat will take over as this line of storm, or as this cluster of storms up here in northern Arkansas moves more off towards the east here at this current time. So once again here, giving you just a quick look here on possible timings real quick. Down here in the Waldron and Mena areas, this storm down here, or severe thunderstorm warning, goes in effect until 5 p.m. It's moving off towards the east at 38 miles an hour with the potential of 1 quarter-sized inch hail, or 1 inch to 1 inch and a quarter-sized inch hail there. And you can get an idea on what the timing for some of these areas will be here as this continues to move off towards the east here at 38 miles an hour here. And then up here in the Paris and Boonville areas, this line could be making a run at Russellville if it stays together there. And so Russellville, you're going to want to keep a close eye on this, as you may get some hail and potentially some strong wind gusts with this, or damaging wind. Paris around 4:13 p.m. are actually over your area. It's already over your area as we speak here. And then Knoxville around 4:43 p.m., London 4:51 p.m., and Dover 5:03 p.m. there. And Russellville, this is you'll still have to keep a close eye on this, as this may make a run towards you. And then up here, just to the north of it, you have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here in Johnson County. Portions of Johnson and Newton County down here are southern Newton County. This goes in effect until 4:45 p.m., and this is moving off towards the east at 39 to around 40 miles an hour for 1 inch size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust. Not really pulling up any locations on the timing there with that. But if you know anybody on Highway 123, this will be in their area here shortly, or it's actually moving over their area as we speak. And then down here, we do have this other severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of out by itself ahead of this cluster. That is goes in effect until 4:45 p.m. This is moving off slowly to the east at 30 miles an hour. 1 to 1.5 inch size hail could be possible with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And if this continues, Clinton, this may make a run towards you. Possibly, you may get lucky, but just continue to keep a close eye on it. I'll put a track on it here. And
I'd go ahead and stay with this 1 inch diameter hail. I'd go ahead and tell Clinton I'd stay and just go ahead and come inside, stay and get until the storm passes. I wouldn't even. It's not worth the risk area here. Is what we are looking at as radar is best that we can tell where these storms are moving through and where they're going. This is not an exact replica where the rain is falling, where the hail is actually at inside this storm. So if I was in this area at all, I would just go ahead and assume that this storm is going to pass directly over me. And like we talked about so many times earlier, is that once this storm passes, you will be good to go. And this is, as it gets out of your area, these warnings and watches will start to drop off. So as soon as you hear your town, your area involved in with this warned area, I would go ahead and just seek shelter, go ahead and just assume that it's going to be right over me, and just go into the lowest level of your home, just get away from windows and any exterior walls, and just, if you got anything outside that you need to, bring inside, do so and get it done now. As like I said, if you're in Clinton, Marshall, and those areas, as this Mountain View, this is, coming your way slowly but surely as this moves off to the north and east in the areas that were hit by the tornado radar firm tornado last week. So we're just really trying to make sure we watch these areas and make sure that, like I said, just have a way to pay attention and let everybody know downstream as quickly as possible that, you have a severe thunderstorm warning that is producing 1 to 2 inch diameter hail headed your way. And this is still in the northern and north central, northwest parts of the state. Eastern and southeastern Arkansas right now, you have nothing in your way at the moment, but we do still have that little bit of a cluster of storms in western, southwestern Arkansas, and that severe thunderstorm watch that just took effect. That's going till 10 p.m. tonight. So we will continue to watch all storms as they come across throughout the state.
Yeah, and I do think, but another thing here while we're on this, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning area, or if you get like a notification on your phone, go ahead and treat it like you're going to get hit by it, just to play it safe. Like I always tell people, better to be safe than sorry. Be prepared. And also I did see a comment, because if you look out, if some of us down here in Little Rock or other portions of the county, or other portions of the state, like my area, I can look outside my window right now and it's sunny outside. If you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, that means that conditions are favorable for severe storms. It doesn't mean that one's going to come towards you at this current time. It means conditions are favorable, and what we're watching down here, I know down here in southwestern Arkansas, we're starting to see some storms that are trying to get going. So basically, a watch means conditions are favorable. A warning means there is a thunderstorm that is currently producing severe weather, or has the possibility of producing severe weather. Hopefully that clears it up just a bit. Also, we do have a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning if down here near the Clinton area. And if you take a look at that hail core, they're talking possibly almost 2 inch size hail, and that damage threat has now been moved up to considerable here. I caught that earlier. That hail threat looks to be getting a little bigger down here in portions of eastern Van Buren County here. So now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with the damage threat being considerable, meaning the hail threat or hail size is getting to be pretty big, almost near 2 inches there. To 1 to 3/4 of an inch size hail up there. in the near the Clinton and Marshall areas. So Mountain View, keep a close eye on this storm. This looks to be producing some very big size or very big hail here if it continues, and we'll stay with this storm just for a little bit here since it does have that higher hail threat with it, and now that damage threat that is considerable on it. So give me one moment here.
And that's why we tell people, like in areas of Clinton and that area, this storm looks like it's going to pass north of you, but now that this storm has ramped up and is really gotten moved from what has been producing penny size to 1 inch diameter hail, that is now producing 1 3/4 to 2 inch diameter size hail. That's why we say just treat it as if it's going directly over you. Because the hail core is, getting together, getting more well defined, and it is dropping decent size, which would be up to golf ball, size hail in areas. And Leslie, this looks like it's coming right, over towards your area. Marshall, it might pass just to the south of you, but again, just go ahead and take your safe spots just to be on the safe side. And if this continues to hold together, areas like Shirley and Mountain View, we want you to go ahead and know that this is your first alert again, that this is coming through Logan, Scott, counties, and this is coming off to your north and east and moving. What is this storm at? At about 40 miles an hour, we said?
35 to 40 miles an hour now. So yeah, it's starting to pick up some speed as well here, and I just pulled up some timing, a rough estimate on some timing here. Marshall, if this continues, it didn't pull up Clinton, but Clinton, keep a close eye on this. It looks like your area could be right before 5 p.m. And like we always say, take this timing and move it about like 5 to 10 minutes earlier just to be prepared. But you can get an idea here on timing. Marshall right around 4:56 p.m. or Leslie right around 4:58 p.m. and Big Flat, if it continues, 5:21 p.m. and Mountain View, this could once again make a run at you. That hail threat with it is now actually it's now been upgraded to actually 2.5 inch size hail here. So 2.5 inch size hail could be possible with this storm here. So that's actually even bigger size hail, and it actually has slowed down some now back now down to 30 miles an hour here. So once again, that's now actually producing some bigger size hail compared to what it just originally had there before it got fully upgraded, I guess. When I looked at it on radar. And
also, if you look at that, that's still the storm that we've been talking about with the 60 mile per hour wind gusts as well. So that's another thing to pay attention to on top of that.
Yeah, you get 2.5 inch size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts blowing at the same time. That's not gonna go out too well. That's that could do some damage just alone with the 60 mile per hour wind gust and the 2.5 inch size hail. And then once again here, we're starting to see this line definitely down here near Paris and the Boone, or now near the Knoxville areas there in Logan County. It looks like it's trying to bow out some, so that could be the damaging wind threat getting a little bigger on that. Taking a quick look at some timing down there. Knoxville right around 4:44 p.m. here shortly. London 4:53 p.m. Dardanelle 5:03 p.m. Russellville 5:03 p.m. Dover 5:04 p.m. and Pottsville 5:10 p.m. if that continues there. So we're going to stay with this severe thunderstorm warning for just a minute here, since it does have that considerable damage threat for 2.5 inch size hail. I'm going to see what it looks like from Little Rock's radar real quick. Actually, we'll go back to Fort Smith's radar here. Fort Smith's radar kind of has a little bit better of a view on it here at this current time. But yeah, once again here, this is producing 2.5 inch size hail according to radar at this current time. And also, real quickly here, let me take a look at something real quick.
Which, while you're doing that, it looks like we just had a couple more counties, if I'm not mistaken, drop off of that severe thunderstorm. It looks like Carroll, Franklin, and Madison counties have now actually been dropped out of the severe thunderstorm watch area. So there's 3 more counties that, like what we've been talking about, as these storms move through, take your safety precautions, treat them seriously, and then as they move through, your severe threat will be over, and these areas will continue to fall off as it moves more to the north and east.
Yeah, and also I am seeing some signs of possibly some weak rotation there with that storm near Clinton. It's weak at this current time. We'll need to keep a close eye on that. But once again here, keeping a close eye on that with that storm.
And something else to know, we haven't been talking too much about that. I'm just starting to kind of see pop up on radar on my end anyway, that I'm sure you've, if you look at that storm you were talking about just west of Clinton and even back behind it points, a little further west, is that lightning is starting to pick up quite a bit with these storms as well. So that's even more of a reason to go indoors, get away from, exterior walls and windows, and make sure that you are, taking these storms seriously, because these storms are starting to be, looks like they not only hail producers, but some strong wind gusts, but these storms are starting to drop a bunch of lightning with them as well.
Yeah, and also we do have a new special weather statement for a storm down here in southwestern Arkansas, so we're starting to see these storms get a little strong down here as well, but we're going to stick with this one storm near the Clinton area. At this current time here, it is producing 2.5-inch sized hail with this at this current time, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And it's moving off towards the northeast here at around 28 to 30 miles an hour. Baseball-sized hail could be possible with that storm. So once again, keep a very close eye on that, and also I'm also keeping a very close eye on the velocity scans or rotation indicator too. There has been some weak rotation with that, so just be on your toes and just keep a close eye on that at this current time here. But right now, at this current time, there's only a severe thunderstorm warning on it with a damage threat considerable, but you should already be inside and be away from windows, because 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2.5-inch hail could easily break a window. Definitely if it's producing baseball-sized hail, that could easily break a window. So make sure you're away from windows and stuff, and be indoors. Be in the most interior part of your home and play it safe, just to be on the safe side and keep a close eye on that storm. I know we will here, some currently, once again here, that storm's still producing possibly 2.5-inch size hail. And I just seen what you mentioned here. They moved some more counties off of that watch there at this current time. So now Franklin, Madison, and Carroll County, you're still up there in Carroll County. You've got a special weather statement, but you're now out of the severe thunderstorm warning or severe thunderstorm watch. So those areas up there here are now starting to see the back end of this and are now in the clear for the severe weather. As that watch continues to move, as these storms continue to move off towards the east, the watch will slowly be moved out or be allowed to they'll cancel it early as these storms continue to move off here towards the east. But once again, we're going to keep a close eye on that storm near the Van Buren Van Buren County.
Van Buren County, yeah.
And
that's what I was looking at while you was talking there. I switched over to Shreveport's radar, and now they've issued another special weather statement for that little cluster down there, but that's coming into Magnolia here in the next little bit. I think it's moving at right around about. Let me make sure switch this over. It's going about 40 miles per hour, but the hail is about 1 inch in diameter. And these storms are moving to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour, and the special weather statement will go until about 5:15. So it's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is in the watch area that was just issued not too long ago, and these storms are now starting to increase their hail diameter as well. So far, points down here just southwest of Camden in the Magnolia area, we want you guys to be paying attention and watching these storms as the hail starts to be increasing in diameter and size there, and as these storms starts coming out of northwest Louisiana, these storms start moving across the southern parts of Arkansas. They are starting to move into the area that has not been messed with yet. So as we've been talking about earlier, the fuel that's needed is there. Not expecting anything major at the moment, but either way, with the size hail that these things are producing, we want to make sure we let our guys down there in southwest Arkansas know as well that these storms are coming through and starting to produce a decent sized amount of hail with them as well.
Yeah, they're actually, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning down there in that area, and according to radar, they're actually moving very slowly at around 13 to 15 miles an hour on my end. So that is for the possibility of 1 to a quarter inch size hail with that. So once again, down there, we're starting to see some storms fire off down there. We'll keep a close eye on them. That does include the Magnolia and Stamps area for portions of Columbia, Lafayette, Nevada counties here. Camden, that may make a run towards you later on, but it's moving off very slowly here. But once again, I want to keep a close eye on this storm in the Van Buren area. Still keeping a very close eye on that. The hail threat's still there with it. 2.5 inch size hail could be possible with that considerable considerable damage threat with it for the sized hail. And it has been noted that there has been some weak rotation with that. That needs to be watched very closely here. And okay, so they just put a new update out. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. So if you're in the Clinton areas as well as Leslie, if you're in this polygon, you're going to get a notification that it says it's severe thunderstorm warning, but it has that tornado possible tag, meaning a tornado could be possible with this here. So what I want you to do, Mountain View included, 56. Go ahead and take that tornado precautions immediately. Play it safe. Be on the safe side and play it safe there. That with that tornado, with that severe thunderstorm warning, with that tornado possible tag, that means a tornado could be possible with this. So go ahead and treat it like you would a tornado warning with 2 inch size hail with this. Here.
This is why, Noah, let me cut you off for just a second. This is why we tell everybody to watch those areas, that just because you're not in the actual area, because if you look at it, that hook and that tail on that part of that storm, the hail core is off to the northeast or northwest of Clinton at the moment, but the actual part of that storm that put the tornado possible tag on that has actually dropped just to the south and a little bit to the southwest of that hail core. That's why it's moving off. So Clinton, you might actually miss the hail core in the center of that actual storm, but the area we're watching with the rotation and everything that is prompted the severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible still might actually come right through parts of Clinton and to parts just north of there. So that's why we want you guys to, is if you're in the polygon, just treat this thing seriously, because these storms can become more severe, as we've seen, as Noah talked about earlier, dropping 2.5 inch diameter hail, and also now with this rotation that's involved in this, that obviously has prompted them to go with a tornado possible tag.
Yeah, and I'm going to put a track on this real quick. Clinton, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Be on the safe side, and continue to take those tornado precautions here, as well as Shirley there as well. If you're in the polygon as well as Fairfield Bay, keep a close eye on this storm as well. With this having that tornado possible tag on it, that means a tornado could be possible at any time with this, and it's definitely getting that look to it, as well as you're seeing here where these greens and reds meet, where that possible rotation, or where that rotation is showing up at. So once again, you're going to want to continue to keep a close eye on that. This is a storm out ahead of the line of storms that are starting to develop now from down here near Mena up through portions of Montgomery and Logan and Johnson County here. Not taking anything away from any of these storms down here in southwestern Arkansas, but this storm's got our top priority here at this current time. Mountain View, you're going to want to keep a close eye on this here, and go ahead and be prepared to take your tornado precautions. Actually, take your tornado precautions if you're in that area here, as well as Fairfield Bay, down here in Van Buren, northeastern portions of Cleburne County, as well as portions of Stone and Searcy County. Go ahead and take those tornado precautions. With this as well, you could see the possibility of 2.5-inch size hail as well with this, so you could see very large hail and damaging and possibly that tornado possible tag on it. We did just get a new update in. So at this current time, there's not a tornado warning, but it does have a severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag. I always tell people, treat it like you would a tornado warning. We've seen what these severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tags can do earlier this year. I've used the example many times on this page before of earlier this year in Kirby, Arkansas, down there in southwestern Arkansas, and we've seen it other times. Treat it like you would a tornado warning. If you know anybody in any of these areas, Clinton, Leslie, Mountain View 56, Fairfield Bay, give them a heads up and let them know they need to take their tornado precautions and play it safe here at this current time.
Now, also, like I said, I know that we talked about this area earlier, but at Greers Ferry Lake, there's a lot of campgrounds that are up there as well. So and with it being the weekend and everything, if you know anybody that's camping around Greers Ferry Lake, this looks like it's occluding, moving up more off to the north and northeast, going through parts of Clinton, or maybe even moving more north and east than that, depending upon the track of this actual storm. But again, this is radar based, not actual locations that you can pinpoint down. This is what we can see from the radar. So I'm just trying to warn you guys, let you guys know that anybody around the Greers Ferry Lake area, the Greers Ferry campgrounds, all those areas up there, that if you know anybody that's camping up there this weekend, go ahead and let them know that there is a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be moving through the area. And like I said, you can see in the polygon there, it's barely there, but still there, that Greers Ferry Lake area is tagged inside this area that's just off to the east where the rotation has been, that you noted earlier.
Yeah, so once again, continue to take those tornado precautions. Just be prepared and let this severe thunderstorm warning come through over your area with that tornado possible tag. We did just get a new update on it that it now has 2-inch sized hail. So the hail threat's going down some, but that still could be some damaging hail with this storm here. So once again, then there's also that severe thunderstorm warning back off behind it now that's actually moving at 45 miles to 46 miles an hour here. That may end up actually overtaking this tornado warning storm, or this severe warning storm with that tornado possible tag here, because this one's moving off to the east at 40 miles an hour. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that storm. We still have that line of storms going or starting to develop there from, I would say, from I-40 down to Mena, and we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning down here near the Magnolia area that's moving off slowly to the northeast here at a very slow pace of 15 miles an hour down there. But back up here to this severe thunderstorm warning in the Clinton, or just to the northeast of the Clinton area, that you still need to take your tornado precautions as well there. Definitely, if you know anybody between Clinton and Leslie on U.S. Highway 65, just be prepared, take it safe, and be prepared here. And honestly, the rotation still looks like it's there. May have broadened out some, but we'll still continue to cover it here due to the fact that it's still warned, and we're going to still keep a close eye on that. Once again here, Mountain View 56, Fairfield Bay, and other areas here in portions of Stone, northeastern or northern Cleburne, and portions of Van Buren County, as well as southeastern portions of of Searcy County there. And honestly, that storm just to the northeast, back behind it, may be starting to cause problems for that storm. And as it's moving off faster there, as I don't know if you can see on radar as well, Dustin, but that looks like that storm's starting to catch up to this storm that may help
take away some of that energy from it, so that way it's not as conducive.
And we'll continue to see what radar scans do, but looking at velocity scans, that rotation may have weakened some more, but we'll still, with that tornado possible tag, just to play it safe, we'll still keep a close eye on that, but that lines may be catching up to it and may be helping putting a hold on that threat there with this. But once again, it's still got that tornado possible tag. We'll keep a close eye on it here. Give me 1 second here and see if we have any new updates here. So they're continuing.
Yeah, still that. Go ahead.
I think they're continuing that severe thunderstorm warning. I think they have taken the tornado possible tag off of it, but don't hold me to that yet. I think they
have dropped it from tornado possible down to a damage threat considerable. So
yeah, for that
they went considerable. For 2-inch diameter of hail, and like Noah was talking about earlier, that rotation has broadened out due to a lot of the storms that are back behind this that are pulling the energy away from this storm here before it can really get going now, which is a good thing that this caught up to it and is congealing to that line that we was talking about earlier, more than allowing it to be out there by itself and forming, and getting going, because the juice that these storms need is there, but they have just not been able to get going due to, basically these things are in the line and the atmosphere has just not allowed them to get going just yet, which is a good thing because we do not want to see any tornadoes anymore. But these things are still very ugly, very mean storms that are coming through, moving very, very slowly, which means they're going to continue to drop this hail and strong storms over the same area over and over and over until it passes through. So don't expect this storm to blow by any stretch of the imagination, but just let it take its time, let it go through before you worry and come out of your safe spot if you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warned polygons that we see that are on the page. And I was checking while I was talking, looking there to see if they've dropped any more areas off the severe thunderstorm watch back there, but it don't look like they have. So
I would probably say they'll give it a little longer and let some of these storms move throughout out of those areas there, because they're still kind of lagging behind, like you said, moving slowly in the next county in line for the watch there. But once again, you're starting to see that line trying to form. So your damaging wind threat may be trying to take over here. And as you can see here on our end now, the tornado possible tag for that severe thunderstorm warning down there in the Clinton areas and Mountain View and 56 areas has been allowed to. They dropped that and have moved it now to the damage threat being considerable for that possibility of 2-inch sized hail here, as I really think that storm up there behind it is really starting to cause problems for that storm and starting to take some of the energy away from it here at this current time. But once again here now with that, we're going to go back down here and track these lines of storms that are starting to move into portions of Yell and Montgomery County down here just to the east of Mena. You're starting to see that line of storms develop. For this severe thunderstorm warning, it's moving off slowly at 30 miles per hour. It goes in effect until 5 p.m. 1-inch size hail, 60 mile per hour wind gust looks possible with this. Up here near the Russellville area, in portions of Yell, Logan, and Pope and Johnson counties up here, along the I-40 corridor from, I would say, Clarksville to Russellville right now at this current time. This severe thunderstorm warning goes in effect until 5 p.m. This is for 40 mile per hour wind gusts and 1-inch size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts here. Then we have this one severe thunderstorm warning back behind this warning near Clinton for the Marshall, Searcy County, Newton and Pope and Van Buren County areas here, with the possibility of 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that goes in effect until 5:15 p.m. And we do still have this severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable damage threat ahead of this line of storms for the Van Buren, Cleburne, and Stone and Searcy County areas there, for the possibility of 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. And then also down here in southwestern Arkansas, I'm going to switch over down here radars. We got some storms continuing.
Yeah, they've got reported 3/4-inch diameter hail down there in Columbia County. I don't know if you just seen that pop up there or not.
Give me 1 second here, and I bet you I can pull that up real quick and see. But once again, there is still that severe thunderstorm warning down there. Yeah, I see that now. I see that penny-sized hail down there in Columbia County. Down here with this storm near the Magnolia area, that is still severe thunderstorm warning. That goes in effect until 5:45 p.m. That's moving off slowly at around 15 miles an hour here, for the possibility of up to 1 1/4-inch sized hail there. We do have a few more storms that are trying to develop just to the north of those, just to the south of the Prescott area. We do have a few showers and storms that are trying to get going in Sevier County, but we'll see what happens with that here. But really, still just have some severe thunderstorm warnings at this current time. We've had hail reports here, and like we've been mentioning here, as you can see, when these lines of storms continue to move off across the area, they start to they are starting to
drop the watches.
Drop the watch as it continues to move across the area here.
I'd show them that storm. Russellville, that is not looking tornadic or anything like that, but that hail core on that there, I haven't seen a latest update, but on looking on my end here, that storm that's just west of Russellville is starting to pick up in the hail core there, and I would definitely be watching that as it moves into a very popular area, and then you got the college there as well.
Yeah, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on that there as well. Once again here, you're starting to see that line develop here. You still have that considerable damage threat with this severe thunderstorm warning storm just to the north of Clinton here, which the hail core is starting to go over highway. I think that's U.S. Highway 65 there, just to the north of Clinton, and that still looks like it could be producing around 2-inch sized hail there. But some slow moving storms here. Maybe once they get into a line, they may start to pick up in speed, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see with that. But once again here, this severe thunderstorm watch for eastern or western portions of the state goes in effect until 7 p.m., which we've clearly seen what they're doing though. As these storms move across the area, that watch is slowly allowed to be dropped. They slowly drop it after the line of storms move through, and then in the Little Rock area and portions of southwestern Arkansas, this goes in effect until 10 p.m. as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same when these storms move through. They start to drop that area off with this as well here. But once again here, we're starting to see that cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings move into Missouri, and then you're starting to get that line trying to see that line forming here across portions of the state at this current time. Once again here, this severe thunderstorm warning goes in effect until 5:30 up here for the Clinton and Mountain View areas. That does have that considerable damage threat for the potential of 2-inch sized hail. And give me 1 second.
Which up there around the town, it looks like as it's crossing over Highway 65 right now, the hail core is, and it looks like it's ramped back up quite a bit. And that look on your end, see what you see, but that broad rotation looks like it might be starting to kind of form back up a little bit again.
It may be trying to. We'll keep a close eye on that Clinton storm. It may be. I mean, it's right there where it's trying to tap into that energy, and that line of storms could have put a dent on it there shortly. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on it, as it does look like it's trying to continue back on that. So keep a close eye on that, Clinton and Mountain View. Like I always say, if there's a severe thunderstorm warning, just keep a close eye on it. Monitor conditions. If you get put under a severe thunderstorm warning, monitor the conditions and just be prepared, because like we've seen with this Clinton storm, that could potentially tap into that atmosphere and the energy available and try to do something like we just seen. So we'll keep a close eye on that storm. Once again, down here we still have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in southwestern Arkansas. We do have a special weather statement now for portions of far southwestern Arkansas, down there near the Emerson areas there as well here at this current time. And in the Magnolia areas, there is still that severe thunderstorm warning as well.
They just issued another severe thunderstorm warning from the Little Rock National Weather Service for Conway County, not Conway City, but Conway County.
Yeah.
And the Logan and Perry counties as well. So some of these areas that just did get kind of these storms moving through as this line is coming through now, they issued that warning that is that storm that we were talking about there in just around the Russellville area, and that point's moving off to your north and east. So that storm right there is until 5:45 with hail 1 inch diameter and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, and once again, that's continuing to move off here towards the east. You see here they actually allowed that one severe warning down here near Montgomery and Mena County, or near the Mena, and portions of Montgomery, Polk, and Scott, and far southern portions of Yell County. They haven't put a new warning on that yet. We'll see what they do with that. But you see here they have put a new severe thunderstorm warning on this area here for Russellville, and this goes in effect until 5:45 p.m. So it is starting to slowly pick up some speed. It's now moving off towards the east here at 41 miles an hour for the potential of 1 inch size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So you're starting to see here, as you see some timing here off to the right of your screen here, potential timing as this line of storms are starting to move through here. Now you're starting to see that line develop here, definitely near the Russellville and Danville areas here in Yell, and portions of Conway County, Prairie County areas as well. So once again here, taking a look back up here at this storm near the Clinton area. It looks like it's just going just to the north of the Clinton area. We'll keep a close eye on that. It could be developing a few areas of some hail there if it continues, but that still goes in effect until 5:30 p.m. for the potential of 2 inch sized hail. Moving off towards the east there at 37 miles an hour, around 40 miles an hour there. The storm behind it is still severe thunderstorm warned for the potential of 1 inch sized hail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts moving off towards the east here at 45 miles per hour. That warning goes in effect until 5:15 p.m. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that as well. And we do. And
they did just continue that severe thunderstorm warning that you were just talking about, the one north of Clinton, there in Cleburne, Searcy, Stone, and Van Buren counties. They did continue that until about 5:30 with the damage threat considerable, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and 2 inch diameter hail low with this storm that's moving to the north of Clinton.
Yeah. So taking a look once again at the velocity scans, not seeing a whole lot, but we'll keep a close eye on that. We'll keep a close eye on that there. That line that's developing behind it may be starting to maybe the reason why we're seeing that storm cause problems. But something I do want to keep a close eye on for sure is these storms down here in southwestern Arkansas, because they're off by themselves and there's not a line down here. Yeah.
Matter of fact, looks like just a new severe thunderstorm warning there for the area that covers Camden and that area as it's moving off to the east. It definitely looks like a little bit of a Boeing area there ahead of the hail core there, just to the north and east of Stevens, Arkansas. If you can pull that up down there and maybe switch to Shreveport's radar as these storms are starting to starting to come right over Shreveport's radar, as a matter of fact, as we switch down there to it. Pull up here and look that these things are starting to really kind of ramp up and get more severe warned and starting to kind of look more unified and conform to what some cells that are off by themselves. So we definitely need to keep an eye, watch the Magnolia and the Camden areas. Again, these storms are not all moving super fast, so I would definitely prepare to take your safe spots, hunker down for a little while, let these storms pass, and we'll be here to keep an eye on them in case they get ramped up more than what they are already.
Yeah, and once again here, keeping an eye on these storms down here. This one for the Camden area, this severe thunderstorm warning goes in effect for until 5:45 p.m. Moving off towards the east here at 28 to 30 miles an hour here for 1-inch size hail. 60 mile per hour wind gusts could be possible with this. Camden, this could be making its way towards you around 5:39 p.m. and then East Camden around 5:52 p.m. here. And then once again, that storm down there near Magnolia. This is another severe thunderstorm warning for till 5:45 p.m. for 1 to 1/4 inch sized hail. And it's moving slowly at around 13 to 15 miles an hour down there. But back up here to these storms up in northwestern Arkansas, you're definitely seeing that line of storms starting to develop there in that area at this current time here. So once again, you're really starting to see that line develop up there near the Searcy and all the way down here through portions of the area here. So if I remember looking at guidance, I could be wrong. You're expecting to see something like this where you could see a line in northern Arkansas and a line trying to form, or a cluster of storms trying to form down there in southwestern Arkansas there. But we'll keep a close eye on that. But back up here to these severe thunderstorm warnings once again, down the I-40 area, down here through the Russellville and Danville areas here at this current time. Just continue to keep a close eye on this storm. Be prepared. It's moving off towards the east at around 40 miles an hour. 1-inch size hail could be possible with this, and 60 mile per hour wind gust there as well. And in the Marshall area around Searcy County there as well, you're seeing this severe thunderstorm warning moving off now towards the east at 33 miles an hour now. So it's starting to slow down there. So that may help keep that one storm there near the Clinton area going. But once again, it's moving off towards the east at 33 miles an hour. Then once again there, it's got 1-inch size hail moving off towards the east there at 60 miles an hour. So once again there, that goes in effect for the Marshall areas there, and there's a few areas that could be impacted by that, Leslie and 56 if that continues. Then we do have that severe thunderstorm warning just ahead of this line for moving off towards the east at 36 to 35 miles an hour for portions of the Stone, Cleburne, and Van Buren areas here, and this goes in effect until 5:30 p.m., moving off towards the east at around 35 miles an hour. 2-inch size hail is still possible with that as well, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. The damage threat is still considerable at this current time. Taking a look at rotation, not seeing a whole lot, which is a good sign here. Zooming out here and taking a look at the statewide view here, you see really that line of storms up there in northern Arkansas, and then that cluster starting to form down there in southwestern Arkansas there here at this current time. So give me 1 second here. Russellville, I just seen a report. Russellville said that they had a report of 59, almost 60 mile per hour wind gusts there coming through town at this current time. So that is definitely a strong to severe storm moving through that area. So Aikens, just a heads up there, that's moving towards you. Basically, right down the I-40 corridor down there at this current time through the river valley down there in that portion of the state. Then we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for the southern end of this storm down here near Mount Ida. That goes in effect for portions of Montgomery, Polk, Scott, Prairie, and portions of Yale County as well. Here, this goes in effect until 5:45 p.m. for the potential of 1-inch sized hail, and this storm's moving off towards the east at 35 miles an hour here. Just a brief look at some timing once again. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. That also goes in effect for portions of Garland County as well here as well. So you kind of getting a little idea there. It's only pulling up one location, Odin there, of potential timing. Mount Ida, keep a close eye on that. That may make a run towards you. And we're going to go back up here and take a look real quickly at this storm near Clinton. Give me 1 second here.
And the reason why, Noah, they keep talking about Clinton in that area so much is the biggest hail producer in the damage threat, but also these storms are only moving 15 to 20 miles an hour. So, folks, these storms are going to continuously just stay in the same area over and over and over. So if, once you kind of hear your name, your town, your area under the severe thunderstorm warning, you just assume that it's going to be there for a minute. Take your safety precautions and just go ahead and just give it some time and let this storm pass through your area before because like Noah was talking about earlier, Clinton and that area points just northeast, and then the main line is starting to really form and come behind this storm. And then once that does, then your threat will be completely gone for the rest of your afternoon. So.
Yeah, like you said here, once again, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see here as this line continues here pretty soon if the Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, and Scott County areas are going to get pulled back from that watch as this line moves through. But we'll keep a close eye on that. Your severe weather threat's almost over in those areas. Let that watch be allowed to cancel. Let them cancel that watch first, and then you'll be done with your severe weather threat over there. But once again here, just keeping a close eye on the Clinton area because that storm's also by itself there. We did just get a new update to it as well. That hail threat's starting to go down some more, back down to 1 3/4 of an inch sized hail up there. And it's moving off towards the east here at 35 to 36 miles an hour there with the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, once again, Mountain View, this is going to make a run towards you if it continues. Shirley, this is just over your area here. Keeping a close eye on the rotation indicator because it did have signs of rotation earlier. Not seeing too much, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Just be prepared and keep a close eye on that. We still do have those severe thunderstorm warnings down there with that cluster of storms earlier here down there in southwestern Arkansas. And this continues down here for the Camden area until 5:45 p.m. This storm's moving off towards the east here at 30 miles an hour with the potential of 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust here. And then this storm down here in southeast and north, or in portions of Columbia County and near the Magnolia area, is moving off towards the northeast at around 15 miles an hour and is have the possibility of producing 1 to 1/4 inch sized hail down there as well. And then we still have that line that's developing, or that line that's moving through here, as you can start to see by the way the severe thunderstorm warnings are looking now, down through the Searcy, Van Buren, Pope, Conway, Prairie, Yale, Garland, Montgomery, and portions of Polk County as well. Here as this line continues to move off towards the east here at anywhere between 30 to 45 miles an hour here at this current time. So we'll continue to see what goes on with this. I think the plan is After this, considerable damaging wind threat or considerable severe thunderstorm warning is either allowed to be canceled or it expires. I think we're going to break away from live coverage on Facebook, on YouTube. What we'll do is I'll have my radar set up, and I'll continue this as like a continuous radar coverage, and we'll break in if there's anything else with that, if that sounds like a plan with you, Dustin. But once again,
that sounds great, because I'm looking at that and the storms and everything that is starting to, like we said, form that line, which don't mean let your guard down and just completely ignore them, but they are starting to form that line as they're starting to come across the central parts of moving into the more central parts of the state. So, I said the metro and everything, these will start making their way there, but they look like they are starting to weaken just a little bit, especially with the, line forming. So up here, we'll continue to watch this storm up here just north of Fairfield Bay and in the Shirley area as this hail core, like I said, about 1 3/4 to 2 inches, starting to move through in Mountain View. Now that you're in the severe thunderstorm warned area, we'll continue to watch that and see how it goes. And then other than that, down here in the southwest parts of the state, Camden and that area, as these storms are starting to kind of get going as they fire up and are producing hail as well. But at the moment, the only one that we have that is that considerable damage or any kind of heavy damage at all is this one just north of Shirley, which it looks like some of this area up here in the north part of the state, this rain may actually be a good thing. It's causing and taking away some of this energy, as we like kind of call it, if raining them out, around Cherokee Village area and that area. The rain that's moving into that area is actually sucking up a lot of the energy as these storms start to move off to the north and east, is actually getting taking away some of the severity of these storms.
Yeah, and now we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of the same area that are under that new severe thunderstorm warning for the storms right behind it, for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And we're also starting to see that hail threat on the line of storms are starting to decrease some, as this severe thunderstorm warning back behind the one there for the Mountain View area. For portions of the Van Buren, Searcy, Baxter, Stone, and other areas there is moving off towards the east here at 41 miles per hour. Goes in effect until 5:45 p.m. with the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and less than an inch size hail. So currently we're starting to see this line starting to pick up here. So with this, as we continue and as this line of storms get going, your hail threat's going to start to go down, but your damaging wind risk is going to start to go up with this once again here as well. Still watching this one storm off ahead of this line here. Still keeping a close eye on it. Not seeing too much in the terms of rotation. The hail threat has gone down some, but it is still there with the potential of 1 3/4 of an inch size hail down there. And then we still do have that line of storms starting to develop here from, I would say, portions of Polk all the way up to Searcy County now. That are starting to develop here, and that will have that damaging wind threat as they continue across the state. So once again, let this line of storms come through. Be prepared. If you get put under a severe warning, monitor conditions. Keep a close eye on the weather. Stay away from windows, and just stay away from windows just to play it safe in case anything like any hail that is possible with this or anything of that nature doesn't cause any issues there as well. So once again here, just really watching that line of storms in this cluster of severe warned storms down here in southwestern Arkansas that are starting to develop down here. As you can see here, we're starting, as I let the radar load, you're starting to see some more storms develop here near the Arkadelphia or in portions of Clark County here at this current time. And I can look out my window and actually see that storm near the Garden area starting to develop off over there. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm down there just to the south of the Garden area here now as well, for the potential of 1 inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that storm's moving off towards the east at 31 miles an hour. So once again, with these storms down here in southwestern Arkansas, your health threat's the biggest whenever the storms first start to develop. Then when they form that line, your damaging wind risk starts to go up. So you've seen that up in northwestern Arkansas, and now you're seeing storms start to develop down there in southwestern Arkansas at this current time. So in the future, these may try to connect with the main line of storms up here in north and western portions of the state and northern portions of the state and form a bigger line. Or they may be two separate lines in the future once they get going, and you may have one move across southern portions of the state and one move across northern portions of the state here as well. But once again, something else we are seeing with this, as that line's developing, you're starting to see these storms pick up a little bit of speed here and starting to move off more towards the east here at around 40 miles an hour as these storms continue here. And I wouldn't be surprised here shortly if Boone, Newton, Johnson, Logan, and Scott counties were to get dropped off of the watch if they haven't already. As this line of storms moves through, your severe weather threat ends once that line of storms moves through your area here. So once again, back up here, I know we've had reports in the Russellville area that they have had some damaging wind reports up there. We'll keep a close eye on that with those storms. They are still severe warned at this current time. We're still keeping a close eye on those, putting a track on it. You can see some locations here in the path of this at this current time as well. And then we still are watching this one severe storm down here near the Mountain View area that still has that damaging wind threat or that large hail threat with it, with that considerable tag here.
They just came out with a report near Botkenberg that said that in Van Buren County, so they had 1 3/4 inch diameter hail about at just before 5 o'clock.
All right, yeah, I could see that being the case there as well, and wow, just this is somewhere in Missouri, so you don't have to worry about this here, but somewhere in Missouri. Up in Missouri, they just recorded a measured wind gust of 96 miles an hour up there somewhere in Missouri, in Rolla, Missouri.
Probably just north of West Plains, because they've had a couple of tornado warnings pop up in that area.
So
that's not in Arkansas. That
is not in Arkansas. But I just thought I'd mention that just to show you these storms still have that strong potential with damaging wind gusts. Some storms, sometimes with the severe warnings, you want to take them just as serious as you do a tornado warning, because they have the potential to cause more damage, if not the same amount of damage, as a weak tornado sometimes, if they're able to get in the right type of atmosphere here. But once again here, I'm going to put a quick track on this, and actually real quickly here, we're going to take a look at one thing real quick just to see something we will have to watch for in the future with this line is any kinks that we have, if there is any rotation that can get going along those. But thankfully we haven't seen that yet, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. We do have, I think, did we just get another new severe thunderstorm warning? We did. I think they have put, give me one second.
It looks like they put it in Independence County and just continued that severe thunderstorm warning because it's out in front of that line so much that so basically what they did was they took that one that's been from Johnson and Pope County, and they basically just put it into Independence County going towards Batesville.
Yeah, so, and I think they have taken, we'll see this on radar here shortly, they may have taken the considerable tag off of it. If that is the case, we'll break away from live coverage, and we'll have a live stream on YouTube of just continuous radar.
And
And we'll
Yeah,
be
but I say, and also make sure we keep that up, and any radar updates that need to be
yes,
posted,
and on
and everything will be on the page, and radar will be on YouTube, so you guys can keep an eye on, watch this as it moves along. And as always, we'll always break in and cover any tornado possible tags or any considerable damage tags as they progress.
yeah. So really, once again here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in southwestern Arkansas for portions of Columbia and Union counties. We're starting to see these storms get going. They're moving off slowly. We're starting to see that we're starting to see. If you can see here, looks like storms are trying to fire across portions of those areas where there's been no storms at, and it looks like they're trying to fill that gap to where that line's at. So once again here, with that considerable damage tag being able to be expired here shortly, and they have replaced that, like Dustin mentioned, with a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5 inch sized hail for the storms now moving off towards the east here at near 50 miles an hour up here, with the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1.5 inch sized hail. This severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Izard, Stone, Van Buren and Cleburne counties, as well as Independence counties, goes into effect until 6 p.m. there. And with that, we'll go ahead and break away from live coverage. We'll continue the radar updates on Facebook. We'll have the continuous radar on YouTube for you guys here. And we'll continue to keep you covered with any tornado warnings or any tornado possible tags or considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm warning tags. We'll break back into severe weather coverage and cover that. So once again, thank you guys very much for trusting us with your source for all things Arkansas weather. We'll be here ready for the next ready to break in case any more severe warnings or any more tornado warnings or tornado possible tags were to be put out. We'll be ready to cover there. So once again, thank you guys very much for trusting us with your source for all things Arkansas weather. Stay weather aware. Let this line get through your area, and you'll be good to go throughout the rest of the day here. Just stay weather aware and have a good rest of your day in case we don't have to break in again. So once again, thank you very much and have a good rest of your day.